What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Mixed Feeling 2.0, Game 9, final game of the series. Looks like we have 29 players right now. They're just getting seated. This is the last game of the series. And Grumpy holding a substantial lead in first, 63.2 points, followed by Mike Wagner, who is at my table, 42.4, Bernard Lee, 41.9. They're the only two players that can win. And then Steve Schultz, Chad Holloway, Max Pescatori are currently in the money for the leaderboard. We might have two new players today. Not new, sorry, two one-timers. One is struggling to get in. Another Norman Chad Fiasco here. See if I can help him. Just going to pull up the lobby for him. I think he found it. Yeah, he found it. Alright, so we drew 2 here against Donnie. We made number 2. We raised him on the first draw. I'll pull up some tables in a sec, guys. Let's just finish this hand. Let's go table 2. Let's go table 3 and table 4. Oh, don't want that. Do not want that. All right, there we go. All right, got some tables in action. Let's look at our table to start with. We got Andrew Barber currently sitting out. We have Mike Wagner. We have Donnie Peters. We have Bryce Yockey. Top table up here. Matt Morin, Adam Haman, Grumpy, points leader, Paul Berman, Chad Holloway, and Jesse Fullen. Middle table, we have Lou Barlow, Jeff Platt, Jenny Ware, Steve Schultz, and Scott Clements. Bottom table, we have Faith Klimzak, we have Will, we have Pete, Ryan Teppen, and Ben Ludlow. Gonna check forward here. I think no improvement. Did catch some blockers though. And made a pair. We're gonna bet. Got no other way to win. Take that one down. Alright, guys. So like I said, this is the last game of the series. Normal payouts. Nothing too crazy except obviously some leaderboard stipulations up for grabs. By my calculations, it seems as though, depending on the amount of players we have, so if we have 31 right now, I think at least 18 can potentially win. So that's kind of cool. Let's do it. Let's just double check that. 31. We're gonna have 24.8. So 24. My math is awful, so let's just switch that. 31. Alright, so pretty much top 17 on the leaderboard right now can finish, so can have a money earning finish on the leaderboard. So Mike Patrick, Donnie Peters, Pete Dirtson, Mo Nuwara, Matt Morin, Mickey Duff, Bruce, Sam Warren, Bryce Yockey, Matt Axelrod, Jeff Platt. And then the top 6 can all potentially finish on top of the leaderboard. Not on top, sorry, in the leaderboard. And as has been mentioned in the chat and during the previous weeks, we're coming back. We're doing it back, guys. Mixed Feelings 3.0. Had discussions with some people today. I might not do the stream. Someone else might do the stream. But if you are watching along and want to be involved, Mixed Feelings 3.0 is going to start in a week on next Sunday. Only real rule changes is we are going to do a slight tweak with the points. So you will get, depending on the total numbers in the tournament, you'll actually get points if you reach the final 2 tables. It'll just be like 1 point. If you make the final table and don't finish in the money, you'll get 2 points, and then normal points after that. It slightly changed the payouts for that from like 26th to 30th, so there's one more spot paid there, but then everything is kind of as it should, pretty flat after that. But all that information will come out on Sunday. But we have at least one person that didn't partake that will be in. Obviously, we might lose a few people. Hopefully, we gain a few more people too. Had 2 actually, sorry, that have expressed some interest. So we'll see what happens there. And I think if we start on Sunday, let me pull up the dates. If we start on this coming Sunday, we will finish on Thursday, April 30th, which we all hope is one of the final days of quarantine. So hopefully the timing does work there, because I think everyone's a little sick of being inside. But structure, I'm going to say the same. Might actually take a picture of the structure. So I remember. And then come back here. Yeah, but otherwise, structure will stay the same. We did talk about upping buy-ins for the weekend tournament, but I mean, it's every day Sunday, don't you guys think? Yeah, every day Sunday, so I don't think we need to change that. Grumpy expressed adding more money to the leaderboard, but obviously he's on top of the leaderboard, so maybe he has a little bit of bias there. I thought about that too, but having this $50 buy-in with the 500 total buy-in and 50 to the leaderboard, it's just so easy. It's easy for when people want to jump in. It's pretty easy to explain to people, so I don't think I'm going to mess with it. Obviously, whatever changes we make, people will be happy and people will not be happy. So just trying to find the perfect medium where we hit enough of the happiness boxes, if that makes sense. Should win this hand here. Yep. Just gonna add a name to this. So, if you guys are interested, let me know. We will be back in action in a week. Some people are saying, why do we need so long? Well, this finishes at about 8 p.m. at night. We do some payouts, and then I have to do the leaderboard. Just letting you know that leaderboard payouts might take a day because money is kind of everywhere. It's on PayPal, it's on Venmo, so we got to. Some people have preferences. I know Grumpy, who's leading, I've been paying him through Zelle, so I got to make sure we're enough on Zelle. So and then we got to make sure everything balances. I did for the first time in 8 games. I did mess up a payout. I forgot to pay Mr. Dirk, who is, let's see, is he playing today? Can't see his name. Oh, there he is, because he's at the top. I just marked it as paid and didn't pay him. So once he alerted me, instantly paid him. But like I said, I want to make sure everything's sorted. Go from there. Then I got to start collecting money. Invite people back. Probably just keep the same league. So you can suspend people. So I'll suspend everyone, and then once they pay, I'll just reinstate them, basically. And then collect money. Obviously, we're gonna have new people that express interest to play. So I got to explain the rules to them, and kind of go from there. So if you guys got a brother or a dad or a friend that wants to jump in, let me know. We'll start that process. Hopefully this is the last one. This next one is the last one. And hopefully we don't have to think about a 4.0. Another month in the house is going to drive everyone crazy, I think. But looks like we will be locked out at 30. Looks like 33 players right now. We just had Mo Noir make a straight flush on that table, if you guys saw that. 10 8 of clubs versus aces with the ace of clubs. 4 clubs on the board. 33. So let's just check the points and payouts. I'm going to update the mood. Give me a sec, guys. We're going to fold this hand right here in a sec. So yeah, that is the update of 3.0, guys. Hope we can get bigger numbers. We've been pretty much averaging around 32 players every time. We had 32 last game, 34, 33, 30. So we're hitting that 31st one. We had 26. So let's say 30 is our average. If we can bump that up a little bit, that would be nice. I think the paid jumps, points jumps, etc. will happen every table. So 29th will be X points and payouts, and then 30th will jump up a little bit. So far, we 33 of them. But let's have a look who's missing. I know we had a couple of people sit out this week for certain reasons. 33, we have 40, so we need 7 red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like that Max is in. Looks like Mr. Kenneth Barron. Looks like we missed out on him. He is Cuddly BT Muscular. Don't see that name, that's it. So 33 guys, we're going to play 5 spots. First will be 660. Big coins available. Four or a deuce would be nice here, I guess. Probably bet the river here. I think we're definitely getting half for the high. Half for the low is a little... not really sure. Okay, maybe we scoop. This game switched to Raz. Current leaderboard, we got Steve Short on top, 5,900. Steve currently sitting just in the top 6. Matt Axelrod just outside the top 6. Nick Sturk, third. He's had 2 cashes so far, but not eligible for points. He's third overall. I'm sitting in 4th. Faith Klimzak, both of us yet to cash. And Scott Clements in 6th, yet to cash. And then under that is Mo Nuwara and Jesse Fullen. Bottom of the leaderboard, still early. Jenny Ware, Mike Wagner, Jeff Platt, 1, What is 7 plus 6, Mickey Doft, and Bryce Yockey. We got Andrew Barber sitting out right now. I might send him a message. How's everyone's weekend going so far? I mean, let's check the chat. I don't know why that... Looking red, bro. Yeah, I got a little burnt right here, Ben. Nice. I don't mind. A lot of speak about championship events, possibly. I think it's just a little kind of difficult to execute. Like, what's a good day? I'm all for like a Sunday championship, but like, you got people that are jumping in on Sundays that because it's their only day they can play. Not necessarily, but it's just a better day for them. Like today, we got Jason Stern. Welcome for his first game. He is Gamble 24/7, and we got Jesse Fullen today. So let's say if today was 100, maybe they don't play. Not judging them. I'm just saying that if you up the bind for a particular day and someone wants to come in thinking it's kind of 50, then they're like, oh well, it's 100, maybe not. So that's my only hesitation. Keeping it all flat binds, I think, is good. I think maybe if we get to a mixed feelings 4.0, I think maybe we'll do something completely different. So I think we'll do a same 3-game thing. We'll have maybe 8-game on the Sunday, deep stack, start it early, like we are, and then maybe we'll mix it up. Tuesday, Thursday, we'll do a deep no limit deuce, because obviously there's a lot of high variance, and then kind of a normal stacked Badoogie. If we get to 4.0, let's just hope we don't get to 4.0. Let's hope the world is back to normal. Kind of go from there. Okay, we're gonna switch the game to start high. Buried 10s here. King, we're not concerned about. We've got Donny with an ace. Probably just flat here, especially with Bryce in now. It's good for us. I think we caught pretty well. We're going to double bet. Bryce sticks around here. We have to kind of figure he's got one of these kind of straight draws, but we have 9s and 10 blockers, so I think he's more likely to have 8-9 than anything. And then now we've filled up here, and he's paired his 7. So we're gonna get a little tricky. We're gonna check to him, pretend that we just have, maybe we're repping just jacks, just a weaker 2 pair, and we're gonna check raise. Obviously, we are dead to quads, which would be disgusting. Trying to think how many 7s we're at. I'm going to try once more. Yeah, we got him. I think if we 4-bet, regardless if he has it, if he doesn't have it and we 4-bet him, it's the same, I guess we have, he says he filled up on 6 too. I just think it's the same amount, but maybe we get, actually maybe we should just 4-bet there. I'm not 100% sure. Low Fool's house is a fold against Tim. Nydia, then Jane Nandez's grandma. Bloodlow still wants just make them one of them 100. All right, we'll work on some plans, some ideas. I gotta sit down with the mixed feelings brains trust here. See what we can come up with. He's done the check raise here. I think we're just gonna fold. All we have is just open jacks. Nick saying in the chat we're going to get to 6.0. Please, God, hope not. I mean, the first time we did this was just, there was no pandemic. We just randomly wanted to do this. We had 12 of us. No reason why we couldn't, if the world returns to normal in, say, July, we can't do this in September. You know? Only difference is we'll have to just cut it right back to once a week. So we can plan around it a little better. All right, chat. How about this? We start Sunday. We do 10 events. So Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. 10th event is the final Sunday. And we do $100 buy-in. So it means the initial buy-in is $600. And then we do deep structure and not double points, maybe like 1.5x points. What's everyone's thoughts? What have I done with his hand? Should I just fold? I guess any deuce, 3, 6, 8 are getting half. And now make profiles. What are we thoughts on that? Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, final Sunday, $100 buy-in. We'll just double the starting stack. I think same structure is fine, just 10k starting stack. And then we will go just 1.5x points. Let me know what you guys think. Paul and Ben and Nick, maybe Faith, I don't know if you're in the chat. But Paul, we're thinking about moving the start time on the Sunday to 2 o'clock. How is that going to affect you, being that's going to be 8 a.m. Mondays? Wait, 2 p.m. minus 2 minus 4. That'll be 8 a.m. on a Monday. Is that going to be way too early for you? I mean, you might not. I don't know if you want to be back in, but let me know. And then Sunday Championship. I guess the other option to people is we could make all the Sunday events a big... No, see, it's getting... I don't know. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. We have Nick on top, 6,200. I'm in second with 58. Jesse Fullen, 5,800. Steve Schultz, 57. And Faith, 57. Bottom of the leaderboard, we have Ryan Tappen, 3,700. We have Julio, 4,100. Jenny Ware, 42. Bryce Yucky, 43. And Matt Moran, 43. That is the current leaderboard. Current points leaderboard. Ronald Grumpy Ware way out in front, 63.2 points. Mike Wagner, he's on our table. Clubber Time, he's got 42. Bernard Lee, 41. Steve Schultz, 33. Chad Holloway, 32. And Max Pescatori, 31. That is the current in the money's top 6. We have a log jam following that from 7th to 12th. A lot of pressure. Jeff Platt, Matt Axelrod, Bryce Yockey, Sam Warren, Bruce, Mickey, Duff, Matt, and Mickey Duff. Those 6 are all on between 28 and 24 points. So at this stage, pretty much Amin Cash might put him in the leaderboard, pending other finishes. But everyone down to Donnie Peters can, pending obviously other results, move into the top 6. So I like that. I wish the first place was a bit more open because only 2 people can win. But I like that the leaderboard's still nicely. There's a bit of, anything can happen right now. So did text Mr. Barber on our left here, but he has not responded. Let's switch to Limit Hold'em. Probably could raise it. We still got 33 guys. Plenty of players. Could have definitely opened if it just a quick series of folds. Paul Berman says, I'm fine with 6 a.m. He did text me this week, said he cannot beat the Mixed Feelings 8 game, but he can beat the 110 player Play Money 8 game fields. Got a big raise here from Bryce. He 3.5x'd it, I think. Made it. Flop a flush. I'm going to try and buy the river here. Just a little value raise, hoping he doesn't bump it back. Think we might actually fire again. Feel like a lot of the kings would have maybe bet. Might have made it 3 bets there. I don't know. Kind of want him to fold like a stubborn pair of 9s, pocket 7s. Obviously, if he puts some heat on it, we're going to have to let it go. So we're actually, by betting, we're losing our own river equity. But just range-wise, I think it's our best chance to win. Because if we check behind there, then bluff a brick river, I think you would always call with 9s. An all-in here on the middle table. We got Jenny with all-in with jacks versus Scott Clements. Queens. Oh my god, jack on the river. Big 2 out of there for Jenny. 8,000 chip pot. She's going to take the chip lead too, I believe. Yeah. It's a little bit of run bad there from Scott. Scott's down to the short stack right now. So like I also said, I don't know if I will stream 3.0. Me and Ben Ludlow today went for a hike. Nice 6-mile hike up in the Summerlin Mountains. And he thought he might maybe give it a crack. If anyone else wants to give it a crack, let me know. We can do something a little different. Maybe I'll do the... if anything, I would do the last championship game at a minimum. What do we got? 6 tables in play. My math's not very good today. Doesn't look like it's. Got one of the outer tables up here, so if we see something crazy happen, I'll swing that one in. I should get a post on the gram. What do we think? So we can get a. It's really out of focus. That sucks. Try that again. Give me a sec, guys. It's all about my clout. Got to get the clout up. Come back a bit more. Oh, look at this aces hand here. We're gonna give this one some action. This is probably a pretty terrible play, right? Like, what does Mike ever get it in with? Apart from jacks. And like king, queen, 10 diamonds and clubs. Yeah, that was terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. Played that one pretty awful. Too focused on the gram. Yeah, I should have maybe clicked it back pre. Obviously, I didn't think I was going to get such a dominating flop, but maybe click it back pre and go from there. That raise on the flop was just terrible. It's okay. We'll learn. We will adjust. We'll play better. We have one more minute of the 8th game of the rotation. We'll be back at the top with deuce. Back to where we started. This could be the first time that I have been in the profit in 8 games. When we get back to the top. Not sure if that's happened yet. Little suited ace here against Bryce, blind on blind. 9 high flush draw and a up and down. Probably see a bet. What do we think, guys? Can't really rely on the hearts. 10 could be dead. Could be down to a 5, but I think we gotta always take 1 here. Make our flush. See what happens. I think if he goes, I think we have to call a bet on the turn. If it bricks the river and he bets big again, we might have to fold. But he's kind of like valuing us, so it's like... Problem is Mo just told him that he was a nit, that I was a nit, so that makes... It depends if Bryce remembers that. What do we think of this in the chat? What do we think of are we calling this? I mean, how often does he just have queen high hearts here, right? With like a 6. Should write in the chat, folded jacks. Back to deuce. Leaderboard. Adam Haman on top now, 7,500. Jenny West slips down to 7K. Will down here, playing this part right now, 6,900. And Lou Barlow, 67. He said he had A7-5 of hearts. So he had this straight flush. So he had nut hearts, and which improved to a straight flush. I just think we got to think of hand. Like obviously we can't put him on the nuts every time, so we got to think of hands that beat us that aren't nutted. So like the queen high hearts, I think plays it kind of that way. I think. Obviously full houses, but I guess blind on blind there's more random 6-8 full houses than there should be. Just drawing on a 7. 8 might not be any good here, so I'm gonna just let that one go, I think. Andrew's still sitting out, and I texted him, but didn't get anything back. So maybe he fell asleep or something. He didn't respond to the last numbers either, so he's normally a lock for some of the last longer action. Looks like Mike stood pat here. Mo drew 1. Have to bet again. Love to see Mo out of this hand. Now Mike breaks. Most he draws 1, 2. I think we're gonna check behind here a lot. Question is if we should call a bet. Is like I guess there is a value bet here sometimes. So it looks like Mike did make a good break. He was drawing pretty live there. I think was a 6 good? Did he have 8, 5, 4 deuce? Ben, if you're following along, how did you pull up after the hike today? I know Ben did some weighted leg squats yesterday or something. It was his rest day. He was coming on. He thought it was going to be a pretty relaxy, cruisy hike, but it wasn't. I think we're all pretty sore. I got a little sunburn. Not that bad. Can't really tell. Good chance Ben is going to be in bed early tonight. I know, I probably will be. Depending if I can get this Amazon. What's everyone doing for groceries right now? Are we still going to Albertsons? We did an Amazon Fresh order the other day, but with some success. But it took us a while to get it, and then last 2 days we tried to put one in, but all the slots, we try at midnight, and all the slots are sold out. So that's really, really frustrating. Might try Walmart, a Walmart pickup. That might be our next step. Curbside pickup or whatever they call it. So we 3-bet here. Got called in both spots to see about that ace high flop. Pretty much going to bet this the whole way. I feel like the ace 9, ace 10 would have raised us on the flop. So I guess now we're worried about spades and the 2-pair now. And then now I think we're just going to check behind. Tana Khan, chip leading, 8,600. I wonder if Tana has got the stream up. Quick look, guys, if you want to follow. Let's see, Tana's streaming. Since he started streaming, he hasn't been running too good, so he might have ditched that. Which he is live on Facebook, guys. Go to Tana. Can't pronounce his last name. Here to make wheels in all the wrong places. Come hang out. Last 8-game mix stream. Hopefully, Tana, you are back for season 3. Jack's here for Bryce, takes down that pot. Suited ace here. We're going to pop this up. We're going to flat now, I guess. Probably, I mean, I don't know how many times we're good here. Say half the time. Yep. Thought about raising the flop. Kind of want to keep Dunny in with the nut flush. See if we can make it. Might be able to win a bigger putt. No idea why I'm drinking coffee. Wife made it. Who doesn't want to drink some iced espresso? It's a little on the warm side now, but whatever. It still tastes good. Ooh. We've got about 4 minutes to break, guys. We have Raz coming up in 4 minutes, so I feel like we will probably play like 2 hands in the next after break and then switch. It's normally been the case so far in these tourneys. Part here for Mike. Mike's sitting second on the leaderboard, so he will need a... Let's have a look. He's currently 21 points behind, so he needs a win, and only a win. Same with Bernard Lee. I'm assuming Bernard Lee played. I didn't check. Duggar 9, yeah, he played. Needs a win and a win only to take first. Grumpy cannot finish worse than second. Overall, Steve Short, 33.6 points, a win, and I believe even a third place finish. 9.9 for third. So Steve with third and the people above him not doing anything, he can move in a second. And that's... looks like the same. No. Chad can move... oh, the best Chad... if Chad finishes third, he'll move to third by 0.1 of a point. So that's kind of brutal. He did bubble one event too, so that bubble's going to come back to hurt him. Max Pescatori, same kind of spot. And then we got that 6-way logjam, 28 to 24 points. So worst position there is Mickey with 24. So if he finishes third, he'll move to 34.3 points, which will be good for fourth place. So right now, no one out. Short stack, Julio Rodriguez. I did hit up Julio for some Lego. He's a big Lego guy. Lots of big collection, and he's also trying to get rid of some. So my son right now is getting right into the Lego. Put away the Duplo. That's upstairs. Trying to get him locked in on Lego only. Put in an order from the shop of Julio. Haven't received my shipping order yet, Julio, if you're watching. But I'll send you a text tomorrow. You can come pick it up if you want. We're going to hit break in about a minute, guys. I'm going to jump away on break. I'm going to give Andrew a call, see if I can get onto him. And when we get a break... nope. Thought it was happening that hand, guys. A little bit premature there. So break will happen. Yep. All right, guys. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Alright, guys, we are back. And we got Andrew. He's in. No more blind stealing on him. I was just discussing dinner with the fam. I might do a lasagna and garlic bread tonight. How does that sound? I did 6 miles today. Wife and daughter did 4 miles as well. Leanne did 10 in total. And Caleb had the 3 p.m. siesta. Nice. It must be nice to be a 3-year-old. We have changed the game to Raz. Another steal spot here, but not with those cards behind us. Yeah, a little lasagna, maybe a garlic bread. Probably eat on the stream with you all. That's another reason why we want to move that Sunday time slot to 2 p.m. You know, if we're going to go basically 4 hours, it's going to be 2 to 6. Doesn't really change plans too much. Keep the 6 p.m. for Tuesday, Thursdays, I think. 6 to 10 is not terrible. Could do earlier, but I think 6 is kind of ideal. 6, 6, and 2. Another reason why I don't think I'm going to stream for 3.0 is because I like to play poker with some background music, maybe a TV show. And obviously when you're streaming or posting the videos on YouTube, you have all these situations with the music. I know a lot of streamers do it, but then when you try and watch a past broadcast, a bunch of audio is blocked out. I'm not saying there's a bunch of people watching my broadcasts afterwards, but I just do throw them up on YouTube so we don't lose them. And then obviously if I'm listening to the Eagles or who knows in the background, it's going to immediately get flagged. So I think it's obviously easier to not run music. I guess I could stream on YouTube instead. Good nice here. We might be in a steal spot if we get the chance. Obviously, a lot of good cards up. So like I said, if anyone out there would like to stream Mixed Feelings 3.0 that's in the league, let me know. After all the grief I've copped the last few weeks from Jeff Platt about missing his bust outs and double ups, maybe he'll pick up the streaming obligations since he is a true commentator. All right, let's look at a quick look at the leaderboard. Off the break, we got Tane Khan, Jeff Platt, #1 fan, on top with 9,300. Adam Herman, 8,400. Myself with 82. Will, Texas Poker Player, 8,000, and Lou Barlow, 7,200. On the bottom, we have Ben Ludlow, 1,200, Matt Moran, 1,700, Julio Rodriguez, 1,700, and Scott Clements, 2,000. We were looking to potentially take this away from Dunny on this latest street. Didn't happen. Game chain. We're playing limit start high. We got buried at 10s here. 2 Jackson and ace out. We're going to at least call 1 raise and then assess from there. Would have preferred to be a jack, but it's okay. That's a pretty good card for us. We raise him here. Our hand looks very two-pairy, very bluffy. Unless he has 3 aces, we're not too worried, I guess. Guess he could have tried to raid us with a straight draw. Did not fill up. He checks again. See if we can see what Mo had that last hand. Not sure if it's going to show his full hand. It's like he just had the split aces, but he didn't make that straight draw, so. This 6 mile height today, guys, I put on a different pair of shoes. I thought that'd be better. I think I may have got a little bit of a heel blister. Very old pair of sneakers, but nice hard base for all those rocks. Not smart. Size wasn't right. Might invest in some hiking boots. How much is that going to set me? Let's look. Hiking boots. If they'll even arrive on Amazon. Hiking boots. Men. Oh, sexy looking boots. 69, 129. 60, 60, 39. Alright, I could get a pair of that. 69 bucks. Wear them in a little bit. Timberlands, Merrill, Columbia, Skechers, High Tech. That sounds cheap. Solomon. Yeah, maybe some. Oh. So Andrew had to bring in here. We raised the split kings. Doesn't necessarily need a 3 to defend. So I think we're probably going to call down pretty wide here. I'm more worried about the check, actually. Yeah, 4s and 3s. Okay. Little mistake there, but I don't think we should. We have all the over cards and we're pretty live, so. Monowara saying need pot limit everything. Pot limit 8 game would be actually pretty fun, but obviously we can't do that on stars. And then Clubber Time says quarantine is pure torture. Yes, it is. It's not torture. We're all doing it for a good reason. We're all trying to fade. Fade the COVID-19. Stay healthy. Stay alive. Not to be on a beach in Florida like many other people. Alright, we made split queens here. A lot of outs are gone. Queen over here, jack, king. Did just dump a bunch of chips to Andrew, so that was not fun. Not sure 100% if it was misplayed, but we're going to bet the heart draw here. Looks like we have hearts, especially when we just flat. Doesn't look like we have a king, then we just flat. We check call the 4th street. Looks very heart-ish, I think, in my opinion. Obviously, I am not as good as Bryce, so I just hope Bryce believed me. It seemed like he did. Oh, 3-way pot here. First hand of starter high low. No, just a low draw from Dunny so far, so see what develops. Sizable pot though. Dunny picks up his 3rd low card. Mo pairs his door card. And Bryce picks up a low one, so Bryce could potentially have hearts and maybe a low draw. Mo's firing again. If Dunny's thinking, so maybe he didn't get it. Yeah, he mucks. We also have a 4-way start high hand here on the top, but it's checked down, so Bryce here putting the raise, Mo call. Bryce does indeed river the flush. He did pick up that wheel draw like I thought on 6 and then made his heart. It's going to leave Mo on the shorter side, 1,400 in chips. Bryce up to 3,500. Little part here. We're going to bring in call. We called behind. We're going to lead out with our split queens. Obviously worried here about clubbers. Broadway cards. Mo picks up a low. We're just going to check behind. Try and improve a little bit more here. Mo now picks up potential low. Same with Mike, I guess. We've still just got our split queens. Really need Mike to drop out to have any chance of winning this. Mo's going to show 3 pairs, so we're going to take that off him. Got lucky on Mo. Mo's not going to be happy. A little Steamy in the chat. Wants some pot limit games. He wants some PLO8. He says, I'm down. I suck at that game, but at least you can bet your hand. That is, I guess, true. If we add some games like PLO8, we going to lose a bunch of players. That's the problem. I think what's most important is just having good fields, good 25 to 30 player fields. So if we add PLO8, that's really gonna hurt it. If we add no limit, I think we'll lose a lot of the mixed guys. And then same if we just make it like a straight no limit do stuff like that. So But yep, it is. These can be pretty tough. I am 0 from 8. A lot of other people 0 from 8. Some people are 3 from 8. Nick Dirk is 2 from 3. Yeah. So it definitely goes both ways. I think I'm going to step away for a sec to get some water. Play this hand of no limit. Don't think Andrew has a king. I don't think he's going to ever really fold here. Unless we bet real huge. Six isn't, really that scary. If it was like a jack or a 10, something where we don't make a hand, I think we can profitably bet. The fact he's over potted here, saying he more likely has kind of like a 2-pair combo, so. When we get a chance, we'll run and get a drink, I think. All right, bet. Thanks. Looks like while I jumped away, we did lose Matt Moran in 33rd place. Thanks for playing, Matt. We hope to see you for 3.0. Current chip leader, Jesse Fullen. Looks like he did the damage on that table. 9,800. On the other end of the spectrum, we got Mo Nuwara 578, Scott Clements 788, and Ben Ludlow 872. Little pot developing here. Opening the cutoff from Mike Wagner. 3-bet here from Bryce, and a big 4-bet back from Mike, and Bryce folds. Good flop here for Mo. There's his double. It's back in it. Middle table here, we got Scott Clements all in. Against Steve Schultz. Aces versus Kings. Big caller there for Scott. He did lose Jack. He lost Queens to Jacks earlier. Scott Clements is out in 32nd. Thanks for playing, Scott. We hope to see you back for 3.0. He came in about midway through the series. Hopefully we can have him for the whole time. Back to PLO. Nearly at this, playing the second full rotation here. We're down to 31. Wait, we should be at... No, I cannot count. One more player and we'll be down to 5 tables. Really wish we had the 2 spades here. I think we're going to call one. Let's assess the turn. Do have that blocker with the ace of spades. Just not sure what he ever folds here. Except for like 2 red kings, but obviously we beat 2 red kings. We just did lose Danny Hinkle, so we're down to 5 tables. I'm not sure here if we're going to be value betting, if we're going to be bluffing. Top set for Donny. That's a nice hand. Don't think he would fold turn or fold river, so I think he was as strong as top set, but looks like we didn't pick up anyone. Top table, Mickey Duft enters. This one here, I think Jason Stern entered. This one here, I think Nick Dirk entered. Not 100% sure. But yeah, down 5 tables right now. Lost 2 big pots here. We could have easily had 12,000 in chips. We lost a flip-ish here. Ace King to Queen 8 against Mo. Doubled him up to 1,100 in chips, and we lost in PLO aces versus queens basically. But only lost money on the flop and pre-flop. We got Ben Ludlow in with aces versus the nut straight of Will. Looks like Ben is drawing dead, pretty much. And he is out. We lose Ben Ludlow 30th place. Thanks for playing, Ben. Another player to yet not cash. So it looks like we have Mo Nuaro here with a little bit of a rundown. 9873. He now has 2 pair. And that is another double. Following the bust out of Ben. Looks like Will move into the chip lead with that putt. 11,163. Max Pescatore 9,000 in chips. Jesse Fullen 8,800. I'm sitting at 85, and Jenny Ware 82. Max Pescatore on the leaderboard is 6th, so if he cashes at all, he will leapfrog Chad and Steve. Obviously pending Steve and Chad's finish, so lots to play for right now. We lost Matt Moran, so he's out of contention. Same with Danny Hinkle, same with Scott Clements, and same with Ben Ludlow. Looks like we are back at the top of the order. We're playing deuce to 7 triple draw. Andrew discarded 4 there, so that's a little weird. And then he raises me. So this will be interesting. I drew 2 again. He draws 1. He bets out. We pair our 4 again, and we let this one go. But here on top table, Grumpy versus Paul. 2,000 chips in the middle. Paul is also one yet to cash. Grumpy current leader of the points. So we have a wheel down in the middle table for Jeff. He's up to 9th in chips. Mo here down to 552 chips against Mike. Check. Mike with pairs his deuce. 10-8 for Mo. He's going to take that. He's going to chip back up. Grumpy there with a wheel against Paul. Dealt an 8-7. Fairly smooth here. Plan is to 3-bet Pat. And go from there. With that putt from Mo, looks like Bryce is now the short stack with 2,000. Mo 27. Bernard Lee 2,900 needs a victory today to win the overall points. So currently sitting 3rd, so still has a chance to place pending other results. Faith Klimzak 3,000 and Chad Holloway 3,500. Chad is sitting 4th on the leaderboard. So a couple of these short stacks are going to be sweating the remainder of the tournament. Chad is going to lose a pot here to Adam Haman, top table. Bryce right now is in the tank. He calls. Andrew shows the number 4. Bryce mucks. Bryce down to 900 in chips. And we are switching the game. Limit hold'em. Mo comes out firing. Mo was down to 500 chips. Now he's got 2,700. Doubled queen 8 through my ace king. Then doubled with 9873, 2 diamonds in PLO versus Bryce king, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Mo turned 2 pair. And turned diamonds that were obviously dead. Open the queen jack here. We're going to flop. Okay, against Mike. I think we always will have to bet here. Want him to basically muck his 8s, etc. Not sure. I think does he have Jack 10 or does he have a king? Pull up what he had, probably maybe had the 9. Yeah, 9, 8 of spades there. A little on the looser side from Mike, but he is second on the leaderboard, so we can't really say too much about that versus us. Putt here for Mo. Mo sneaking back up the leaderboard, 3,200 in chips. Even with the king of spades, I don't know. I think we'll float 1, try and pick up like a jack of spades. It's not what we want. Let's let it go. King's over here for Adam. Let's take a pot off Grumpy. Little 3-bet pot right now. Mike Wagner with the button open. Mo, 3 bets. I'm assuming Mike is also watching WrestleMania. He's got the CM Punk logo. He's got the Clubber Time username. He's going to win this part in the turn. A couple of wrestling fans in this league. I know Jeff Platt is currently watching WrestleMania instead of watching the stream. Jason Stern, wrestling fan. Mickey Duft, old school wrestling fan. I kind of have faded off the last year or so. Don't really watch it anymore. Chad Holloway, a little bit more of an old school wrestling fan. Has a picture of him with Disco Inferno at the World Series. Grumpy, I think. No. I mean Grumpy. I know we used to have a Monday night Chinese game at Grumpy's house. Double deck Chinese. And me and Jason Stern would always try and get Monday Night Raw on. Adam Haman used to be there. They didn't like us watching the wrestling. That's all I remember. Bryce there with the double threes versus deuces. In a couple more minutes of 08, we're going to switch to Razzmatazz. Current chip leader, Jesse Fullen, 10,134. Adam Haman, 9,600. Jeff Platt, 9,200. Will, 85. On the bottom, Bryce Yucky, 966. Chad Holloway, 2,200. Grumpy, 2,500. And Lou Barlow, 2,500. We got Bryce Olin with 3s and 4s. He flops bottom set. Donnie with aces. Makes a low draw though. They're going to chop it up. We raise the ace deuce 6-7 here. We're going to flop bottom pair and an ace 6 low draw. I think this is just a check behind. Backdoor hearts would be ideal, or some kind of 3 or 5. Make trips now. If he checks, we'll probably bet, but just call anything he does. Obviously, there are some better deuce 4, deuce 9 combos, or a deuce with the ace 3, but if he's not going to bet it. Going to raise this one up too, or not, since Dunny opened. I think we'll flat. Pretty much whiffed. I guess we got shot to Broadway, got backdoor nut diamonds. We are multi-way, so if we were heads up, I might float with the ace queen 7. The fact that we're multi-way, I feel like there's more likely we could have some Jack 8s, King Queens. That would just check raise here. 8-7s, obviously. Jack 10. So we might have to make it. We might have to put in 400 or 600 potentially. We're gonna obviously turn Gin, King of Diamonds. So now we have Broadway with Nut Diamonds. Really just hoping the King of Clubs comes on the river, I guess. And we have the nuts. But the way Dunny's playing it probably looks like a chop. Game change limit Raz. Steal spot here, but only upcuts an 8, so I'm not going to try. Looks like we have a nice little scooper down here for Pete in Raz. He is currently 7th in chip, 7,500. Looks like Tanakan has gone from chip leader down to short stack. Had 9k at one point down to 1,400. Grumpy 1,800. Bryce Yucky 2,000 and Chad Holloway 2,000. I think Grumpy can pretty much sit back and relax. He's destined to be first or second. He is basically trying to fade Bernard Lee, who is chip back up to 6,400, and Clubber, who is here with 2,400. So Bryce here nearly all in. Looks like Clubber's going to show an 8. Nope. Yep, 865 deuce ace. Bryce down to 156. And Cup the bring in. Gonna be all in 579, not bad. Deuces and an ace for Mo. He catches a 5. Pairs you 7 for Bryce. Low card here for Bryce. Bryce looking good for a double, and it's gonna be the Jack 6 of Mo versus the 8-7. And Bryce is back in. He says boom double up in the chat. Adam Hamar with a big pot. Looks like a 96 low. Going to put him into second place. 4 people. Nope, sorry, he's in fourth. 4 people over the 10,000 chip mark. Chip leader Jesse Fullen 12,000. Will 10,000. Jeff Platt 10,000. And Adam Haman 10,000. Donnie Peters has snuck into 5th. And Jason Stern 6th place. Bryce here looks like he will destined to be all in. He is currently holding the lead with his 310. 310-6 now, even better. Donnie Peters with an 8-6 draw. Mo with a 9 deuce draw. Donnie here 8-6-5 showing versus still a 9 deuce draw for Mo. On 7th, Donnie fires again and shows indeed the 8-6-5-4-3. Bryce shows the 8-6 low. Catches a deuce on the river. He's still alive, 1700 in chips. And time for some stud high. Grumpy, 379 in chips over here, top table. Buried queens here and a bunch of low cards. So we just lost Faith here, busting to Will. Both players catch a king here. Doesn't worry us too much with our buried queens. Mo raises. He hasn't got a lot left. We're going to try and get him all in, I guess. He has king. He's got split kings. Makes kings up, takes the lead, and going to double again. Not running too good. At that same time, we just lost Grumpy. So Grumpy is going to have to sweat Bernard Lee and Mike Wagner here to win the overall leaderboard. Had a high point of 9,000 or so. Lost that one flip to Mo, lost another one to Mo. Lost a couple pots to Andrew and Donnie. Puts down a 6,300, sitting 12th of 27. Looking to get our first cash here, guys. Hasn't been our series. It's aces full there for Donnie. And it looks like we just... Oh, we lost Tana and Mo gets moved. Don't think we can really fire at this. I think he just picks us off every time. Kind of just hoping our 8s are good, but not really sure if they ever will be. Best of river here. It's a... Not sure if we'll call. Ryan Teppen all in on the bottom table against Bernard Lee. Looks like we lose Ryan Teppen in 26th. Ace 310 here. Take a little steal. We did just lose Mo Nuwara. We're down to 24. Picked up an okay card for us. Obviously, we're most likely behind, but I think we can call one off. That is not ideal. Looking to get to 6th Street, not going to happen. King's up here for Andrew and 7 low for Mike. Deuce 5-4 here, so see if we can turn this into something. Andrew defends the 9. Paired out deuce. We know Andrew's high. We know Donnie catches good. We only made a pair. It's not the best spot for us. Unless we catch a deuce, there's only 1 deuce left. So even if we catch a 5, it's not. Who knows? Somebody's going to muck. Not getting too many good runouts here so far. Looking for a 4. Bruce has got 1. We need him to catch big. He does not. 3s and 5s here, so got his straight outs. We got some 2 pair outs. Really looked for that 4, didn't catch it. Was hoping to get half, and we are going to get half. Any other low card on the end nearly we scoop. Four-door wheel here. Love our spot. Do searching. Don't think Andrew's ever folding if he's going to float the 6 queen. Now we make open aces, so even harder for him to continue. Aces up with an 8 low. Could scoop, and we do. Not sure how much value there is to betting there. Don't really think he calls with too much worse. But we're going on break, guys. See you back in 5 minutes. Alright, back guys, we got play resuming in about a minute. Let's say play resuming right now. Quick look at the top of the leaderboard. Will, 12,184. Bernard Lee, 11,000. Adam Haman, 11.6. Don Peters, 10.9. Bottom end of the spectrum, Bryce Yockey, 800 in chips. Chad Holloway, 1,300. Sam Warren, 1,700. Paul Berman, 3,000. That is the current top and bottom of the leaderboard. Got Bryce Yockey all in right now with he's showing aces versus the 6-3-3-5 of Andrew and the Ace King 10-8 of Bruce. Queens and tens for Bruce and low draw for Andrew. We're going to lose Bryce Yockey in 24th place. Back to No Limit Hold'em. Playing 75, 150 to current short stacks, pretty much 10 and 7 big blinds. Got a bit of popcorn lodged in my throat. We got Chad Holloway all in right now from the button. And Mickey Duff folds. Current with Grumpy out in 28th. He is fading wins from Bernard Lee and Mike Wagner. Bernard Lee is currently chip leader, 12.4. Mike Wagner on our table right here sitting 19th overall. Grumpy can only drop back to second place, so essentially you would say he's free rolling. We got Sam Warren all in. Ace 4 versus the 9s of Max Pescatore. Middle table. King, King 5, 5. Sam bricks out deuce on the river. Gonna lose Sam Warren. In 23rd. Not sure about our call here on the turn when Donnie calls. Don't love it. But we win. Let's see what they had. Maybe we're up against 7s and 6s. Let's have a look. Sixes for Donnie. King 7 of clubs for Bruce. Looks like we just lost Nick in 22nd. Since entering our league, he went 10th, 5th, 4th. So 2 cashes and then 22nd. So it's a good showing from Nick. Nick says he's nearly 100% all in for Mixed Feelings 3.0. As long as there's no live casinos going, he is in. I'm assuming Nick is also grinding on Kings. A lot of these people here, not a lot, at least one, maybe 3 or 4 that I know of are grinding on Kings. I used to grind on Kings, not anymore. I saw Dan Bilzerian and playing this morning on it. No Limit, big No Limit games. I've seen Joey Ingram playing PLO on there too. A lot of No Limit PLO action right now, but it is definitely the hub for mixed games. Bryce plays on there, Grumpy, Ben Ludlow a little bit. A new guy we're getting next week, Mark Rowland, does as well. But we're back up in the 5th in chips after that hand with those pocket 8s. Bernard Lee on top, 17,000. Adam Haman, 12,000. And Will, 12.4. Donnie Peters and myself both on 10,000 in chips. Bottom end of the thing, Chad Holloway, 1,600. Jenny Ware, 39. Paul Merman, 45. And Andrew Barber, 45. So... Bernard Lee is definitely making Grumpy sweat out the leaderboard. Bernard Lee needs a win today to qualify. He needs a win today to win the overall leaderboard. So we are playing Pot Limit Omaha. We've got a limp here from Andrew Barber. Pot, Cole, and then repot from Andrew. He's got aces. And flop top set. Donnie's flop top 2 pair. A gut shot. Needs 10 and only a 10. He doesn't get it. Andrew here doubles up. 12,000 chips. Big pot here. Donnie down to 4,700. We have Chad Holloway all in on this top table here. Check raises from the big. 3-heart board. He's up against Matt Axelrod. Chad takes that down. He will still be the short stack, I believe. 2,400, yep. Mike Wagner up here, second lowest stack, 3,000. And then Paul Berman, 3,700. And Jenny Ware, 4,500. On top, Bernard Lee, 17,000. So Chad picks up another putt here. Climbing out from the bottom of the leaderboard. Leapfrogs Mike Wagner by 1 chip. Looks like we're going to be switching the game after this hand. We're going to be playing deuce to 7 triple draw, top of the orbit. Playing 400, 800 limits. Another one of these straight draw hands that has got us into a lot of trouble during the stream. Sure, Bruce is over bluffing here. That's all I'm doing. Bluff catching. Multi-way pot here, but Mike drops out. Andrew bets, Bruce raises. Andrew calls and draws 1. Bruce stands pat. Bruce with a potential value bet here. And Andrew folds. Still at 21 players. Lou Barlow 1900, Mike Wagner 22, Jenny Ware 27, Paul Berman 31, Chad Holloway back up to 34. And on top, Bernard Lee 16,900 in chips, Will Lighty 14,000, and Adam Haman 12.9. Long way to go. We're playing 5 spots today, guys. First is 660 Tim tokens. Last hand here of deuce. We've got Mike all in right now against Bruce. It's a straight for Bruce and a 9-8 for Mike. Mike's going to double up. Limit hold'em for our table. Do have Chad Holloway all in here with King 10 suited versus the 4-5. He's going to be out flop, needs a jack, a king, or a 10. Catches a king, he's going to double up. We're going to be 4-bet here. Got a pair though. I think we're going to call at least. See if we can catch lightning on the flop. We don't. Might have to let it go here, I think. Kings there for Mike, so our 8s will roll behind. I think calling the 4-bet, yeah, it is iffy. But we just picked up a couple hundred chips back. Very pretty 10 out of hearts here. I think our plan here is to call with our gut shot. If we do miss, hopefully it checks through on the turn and just kind of pretty much a bet every river. Or we could just turn the nuts. I thought for a second about check raising flop, but I don't think that's a great play, to be honest. I guess he folds a lot of under pairs. I don't know. Limit hold'em is not my specialty. I've played maybe, not including horse tournaments, like 20 hours of limit hold'em lifetime. I think. Maybe do I hit 40? I know we used to play some back in the days when I used to grind cash. We used to play whatever we're playing, 2-3 no limit or 1-2 no limit. Play a couples, over the course of like 13-hour days, we might play like 2 sessions and then sit in some limit hold'em just for shits and giggles at the end of the night, or while waiting for tables. Looks like we have switched to game 2. We're playing 08. Bernard Lee still out in front, 16,000. Jeff Platt, 12,000. But he has just lost a big hand. I think he doubled up Lou Barlow. King Jack versus Queen 7. Queen high flop. Lou hits a King on the river for 2 pair. Current short stacks: Paul Berman 957 in chips, and then Chad Holloway 1200. Mayor Pete with 1,000, and Jenny Ware 1,500. So looks like each table right now. No, 2 short stacks on the top table, and then 1 each on the middle and the bottom. Our shortest stack is Bruce with 3K. Do Paul Berman all in. He has turned the nut straight. Flopped the bottom end of the straight to double. He is still alive with 1,900. We also have Pete all in. He has flopped top pair and improved to trips on the river. Steve had flopped middle and bottom. So double there for Pete. Got Paul Berman and Chad Holloway all in up the top here. 5-way putt too. Big putt. Gonna get to showdown. A lot of ace deuces out there. And looks like Chad's going to win the high. But Paul and Chad still alive. Still at 21 players, guys. 5 in the money. Got Pete down here. He is all in from the big. 9, 10, 5 deuce versus the queens. Flopped a low, so he is going to win half. And needs a 4. Nope. So half there for Pete. He stays alive. So this will be the last hand of 08. Middle table playing Raz already. Pete all in and he's playing a putt. He's got the queen jack up. See what happens. We are gonna try a steal here with the 10. Should get through now that Bruce is folded. Pete dropped out here, so he's down to 500 chips. Other short stack is Paul Berman. He's completing right now with the 7 of clubs. Jesse Fulham with an ace, catches a king. Paul with a 3 here, so Paul's going to take that one. We did just lose Jenny over here on the middle table. Pete is all in with his deuce against Bernard Lee. Bernard Lee with the king bring in. Another 292 to call, I believe. No, that was well off. Getting 4-1 on his money. King Jack 10 versus 9-9 deuce 3. It's a 9 low draw for Pete. Queen 9 low against Queen Jack 10 low. So Pete doubles. Bernard Liesel on top 20,000 in chips. Mike Wagner up to 14,000. Jeff Platt 13,000 and Will 12,000. Pete Seller short stack 1,200. Paul Berman up here 1,800 and Bruce 2,300. Paul Berman all in up here. 8 ace 5 against the king 4-10. Probably take it down. We got Pete all in here too. Not looking good right now. And he is going to bust. Looks like Mickey is going to pick off Paul. Paul now with a 9-8 low. Previous one 8. Mickey Duff with 10 smooth. So Paul Berman doubles up. We lost Pete over here. We are down to 19, one off the final 3 tables. We're going to get Bruce all in here. 8-7-4 versus 8-6 ace. Looks like Mike is going to win. He's going to make us 8. And that's it. We're down to 3 tables. And at the same time, we're going to switch to stud. We've got a new table draw here, guys. We got Julio Rodriguez on our left, Will on his left, Mike Wagner, Steve Schultz, Bernard Lee, and myself. Got Chad all in here. 4 spades makes a pair of 10s. He is in the lead. He's going to make kings up and double through Jesse Fullen. Chad back to 4,800. Donnie Peters now the short stack 2,100. Paul Berman 27 and Max Pescatori 4,000. Jeff Platt, 3s full of 7s. Moves him into the chip lead. Nope, it's 3rd in chips. Another putt here for Mike Wagner. He's going to extend his chip lead, 23,000. Bernard Lee, the 2nd and 3rd on the leaderboard, battling it out here. At one point, they were both short stacks. Grumpy must not be happy with this. Buried 6s again. Thought about playing the last hand. Mike completed a queen and Bernard had a queen here, so. Problem was Mike was completing into a king and a queen, so you got to kind of give him a little more strength than weakness, but he could easily have ace king, queen, ace jack queen with ace of clubs, some kind of combo like that. Obviously, he is the chip leader, so he can splash around a lot more. I think he's been in every stud pot so far, so... But up here, top table, Matt Axelrod versus Paul Berman. Paul Berman potentially going to be all in here. Call here, he's going to be down to 700 chips. So pretty much a small bet. And at that time we are switching, he folds. We are going to switch to stud, high, low. Chop it up. Andrew Barber all in here. He has made aces full of threes versus queens up of Jason Sand, so he's going to double. We are going to give away more chips. Four, two, six, Jack here for Bernard Lee. Deuce, 9, 5, Queen for Julio. Julio down to 2 big bets. 1 big bet, sorry, right? No, 2 big bets. What am I thinking? Bernard Lee has been betting every street here. We also got a putt. Donnie Peters nearly all in here on 5th Street against Chad Holloway. Julio says just a billion outs. Must have had the ace 3, ace 4 of clubs kind of hand. Bernard Lee is going to pick that one up. Split kings here. We're going to make 3 kings and lead into Mike. Could check, but I mean, if he does have the 3 low cards, we're just giving him a chance to gain some equity. Potentially get half. We can just take the whole pot there. Chad's up here. He's sitting 17th of 18th right now. He's on 4th place on our leaderboard. So any points will move him up a spot, I believe. My maths is correct. Also on the leaderboard is Max Pescatori and, off the top of my head, Steve Schultz. So both in spots here where they need to chip up. We got Jason Stern all in here under the gun. 11 bigs, takes it down. Andrew Barber all in here. 5 bigs. Gets a fold from Stern. We are going to fold the Jack Deuce. We're going to move all in on Julio here. King 10 off. We also got Adam Haman all in against Jeff Platt. Adam Haman goes backdoor spades against Platt's flush draw. He's going to double. 10,000 in chips. Andrew Barber all in, 3,200, 8 bigs. Jason Stern, ISOs, Jacks v Queen Jack. Queen for Andrew Barber. Jason Stern down to 1 out. Does not come in. Andrew doubling there. Very lucky. We got a big shove here from Matt Axelrod. 12,000. I guess effective stacks are only 10 bigs. 7 deuce for Jesse Full in the big blind, so that part goes to Matt. Jason Stern all in, ace 8 versus Jack 10. Both flop a pair. 2 pair for Jason Stern. He doubles through. Back to 9 bigs. Mike Wagner here shoving the small blind. Steve Schultz folds. We've got Paul Berman all in here in the cutoff. 3 big blinds. It's Mickey Duft makes the call. 7-6 versus Ace King. Top 2 pair here for Paul, needing to fade a 7. Oh my god, Mickey Duft. Oh, sucker. That was great. Mickey Duft finds he's 2 out on the turn, and Paul Berman spikes the river. Very interesting No Limit Hold'em orbit so far. We also got Chad Holloway all in up here for less than 2 bigs. King Jack versus the 6-7 of Matt Axelrod. Chad's going to be pretty much a short of a double. Yep. Chad's back up to 2,000 in chips. Still the short stack. Paul Berman second shortest. I think we'll fold this 5-10 off. Jason Stern back all in with the Ace-9 versus the 10-7 of diamonds. Needing to fade a 10 or a 7. Or now a diamond or a 9. He catches a 10 for Andrew, but that is a straight for Jason. Jason will double up again. 6,700 in chips. Still at 18, guys. We got Chad Holloway here putting under the gun. Takes it down. Probably going to come in here for a raise with our suited ace and some Broadway cards. Not ideal for us, top pair, but all spades. We're going to just pretty much try and check it down. Do have the Queen of Spades blocker, but who knows. We did make 2 pairs, so we do have some outs, but you would expect spades to bet out here, and I don't think we can call 1,800. $1,800 to win 42. Going all in down here. Andrew Barber with a 6-eye flush versus the top 2 for Lou. And that's a double for Andrew. Another 2 minutes here of PLO and another 5 minutes before break. Jacks here, depending on the action. I don't know, I really hate PLO. Like, it's like I'm set mining here with just jacks. Like, that's kind of terrible. Like, maybe it's more valuable to fold and keep the 1.5 bigs. Like I'm trying to just flop like jack deuce deuce. It seems like not ideal play. Right, like if I flop clubs, I have no idea. It was like jack jack queen. Like maybe we could call. Like it's literally just set money there. Looks like we have switched to deuce. And we are down to 6,500. About 10th in chips. Got Julio here is pretty much all in. 53 chips behind. He bets the last of it. He is Pat. Bernard Lee stands Pat. 876 versus 87653. It looks like Julio was going to just pip him by 1 there to double up. Definitely need to find some heat here. Looks like Chad Holloway's all in with a bit of junk. I'll come out and get it. We're on break in 2 minutes. We raised it up here. We drew 1. Will drew 3 folds. So keeping that 9 there bought us the putt, I think. So we're going to have Jesse Fullen pretty much all in here. Against Donny, both players short. I'm going to squeeze this ourselves. I know you guys can see it on camera, but do it for my... Alright, make the 8-7. We're going to bet. Looks like Jesse Fullen doubles up 10-8 versus Donny's King-Queen. Gonna win that one there. Yep, just got him. We got Donny all in, makes a wheel. Did lose Jason Stern down here, and we did lose Chad, by the way. Thanks for playing, Jason. I know you're not watching the stream. You're probably watching WrestleMania, but he jumped in this last game of the season. Hopefully we see him in the next one a little bit. We're down to 16 players, guys. We are pretty much going on, yep, break after this hand. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Alright guys, we are back. I'm kind of eating my dinner. I guess we could raise and keep the 9 here if we're going to play this hand, but I think we're just going to let it go. We've got Donnie Peters all in on the top table right now. Just eating a little bit of lasagna. Some garlic bread. We're also going to have Steve Schultz all in here. Danny makes a pair of 5s and he busts Steve Schultz 8-6 versus the 7-6 5-3 deuce of will. So quick succession of bust out there. Donnie Peters and Steve Schultz. Steve Schultz right now holding on to a 4th place on the leaderboard. He's down to 14 as well. Paul Berman hanging on 2,800. 6K for Jesse Fullen. He's playing in putt right now. 6,000 for Andrew Barber. Well, now 4,000. He's in this putt. And Mickey Duff 7,200. Got the 5 deuce 3 here. I think we'll play one putt here. Chip leader versus chip leader. We also got Andrew all in down here. I missed Clubber's draw, but Bernard drew 1. I've been to run some heat. Oh, got one of them. Searching for a 4 or a 6. Two for Mike. We're going to squeeze this for ourselves. I think, guys, we drawing one I can't see. I know you guys can see it on the stream. Bernard best. We're going to squeeze out 5, deuce, 3, 7, 8. I think we're going to just, yeah, I don't know. This spot's kind of, especially when he pats. Does he ever pat worse? So we've got to ask ourselves. He does check, so we have a chance, yeah. Like, if we bet, I don't know. I don't know if we're supposed to bet here. Don't think so, right? All right, we're gonna win that one. Yeah, I just wasn't 100% sure there. We also lost Lou, I believe. King High versus 10 High. He is out in 14. We're down 13. And let me update the doc. Yeah, I think the call on the final street is pretty fine. And then he checks. I think it's a check behind. Some people do raise that spot, but you know, you want him to pat the jack because, you know, especially with 8-7, if they're gonna bet, call the raise and draw, they're probably always drawing smoother. The Paul Berman all in here with pocket 8s versus A7. He's in the lead. Fading a 7 or an ace. He does. He doubles. We might just I know with chip leader, we're just going to let this raggedy A7 ourselves go. Probably going to check call bet here. Assess the turn. Not ideal. Could be ahead. Think we're... Oh, how many times does he have pocket eights here? His height is good. I'm going to go back to my lasagna. And raises King Jack up. I'm going to go all in. Didn't work. I have a deuce on the river here. It's a nice little putt for us. Jeff Platt all in. King Jack versus the Ace 10. He needs a 10, a Jack, or a King. Does not catch. We're going to lose Jeff Platt. In 13th, and went down to the final 12. Nice run, Jeff Platt. He will miss the points. Thank you. Of the best are left. A lot of pressure spots here for Clubber Time and Bernard Lee. Points, if one of them gets points and the other doesn't, they will leapfrog. And then obviously they need the win to overtake Grumpy on the leaderboard. Pretty much whiffed here. We could, I guess, bet. I guess I don't really... I guess we can turn some equity, but I don't think Bernard's really limping non-low draws, right? This is... bear. 2 pair? 3 pair, yeah. Was it all high? I just don't think it was all low, so didn't see the value there in betting. Maybe the river, but it was iffy. Paul Berman still hanging around, 2,500. Got the double Paul Berman jackpot on screen right now. Taking my vitamin C, my multivitamin, my echinacea. Then double vitamin C. Caught 3 bets here and didn't flop ideal, but I think for 1,200 we might call one more. We also have Mickey Duft all in on the bottom. He's got 2 pair. He's going to double. Looks like we're going to be out of it. So wasted 4,800 in this pot. That kind of sucks. I don't think we should fold the pre-flop, right? Ace deuce 3 with ace high hearts. I guess we could always 4-bet, but don't know. We got Jesse Fullen all in here. He has a low. That is not good enough. And a pair that was winning until Andrew Rivety straight. So we're down to 11. We have dropped back to second in chips as well. Definitely need a win. We definitely need to cash. We haven't cashed yet. We would love a cash. We do have Paul Berman all in and Mickey Duff potentially all in right now. He does call all in. Looks like we will lose Paul, and that's Broadway for both players. So nice run, Paul. Jack 10 8 3. He's so short. Let's try and knock him out, I guess. Very far behind. Extremely far behind. And dead. We made it straight. Does that count? So 2 parts not gone our way right now in 08. We have dropped... Oh, wait. Didn't he have a flush? I swear he had a flush. I need to look at this again. Ace 9 of diamonds. Oh, he moved. And we had the very emergency low. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Alright, it's fine with us. Still in. Thought I busted him. He got moved. And at that time, we have switched to Raz. We're down at 10. We got Clubber all in up here. 5-7-6 versus 6 Ace 5. That's a Queen 10 low for Mike, and that is a 9-7 low for Andrew. Andrew's running away with it right now. 42,000. We are down to 9 players. With that, Mike Wagner is currently second on the leaderboard. We still have Bernard Lee. We still have a few other little sweats, but Grumpy now fading 1 player in the tournament to hold on to first. Short stack right now is Mickey Duff. What is 7 plus 6? 4,300. Max Pescatori 78. And Will 10,000. Mickey Duff will probably be all in this hand. Top table. He's got 4-3-5-8 versus another great hand from Max. That is going to be a double for Mickey. Getting a few of these like near spots here. Like I need to be just here. If I was here and these fold, I could steal. But I'm getting all these hands in the one hole, and I just can't really risk it, I guess. Looks like next hand will be stud high, I think. Yep. Pretty clumped in the middle here with in 3 distinct groups. We got 7K, 7K, short stacks. Julio 9600, Bernard Lee 10,000, Texas Poker Player 10,000, and then Matt Axel at 18. A little higher, we got Adam Haman on my out table 23. I have 35, and Andrew Barb over here 42. Got Max and Andrew battling here. 3-bet part, Max. Probably going to lose all his action here, making it open jacks. Now, if this was against one of the short stacks, we might do something. If this was 2 jacks versus the 10, we would definitely try and deal. I think we'll just let that one go, though. Did we see any action in that hand? No. He said, start a high low yet? Another minute, okay. Got Mickey Duft over here. He's the current short stack, 7,100. Julio, 86. And then 8,700 for Bernard Lee. This could be it for Julio. 4 capped pre with the Jack versus the Queen. Julio is all in with Buried Queens versus the Queen 10 of Adam, and Julio immediately makes Queens up. And wow, Adam is going to make Queens and 3s. Julio had Queens and Deuces on 5th, and he's going to bust. So we lose Julio in 9th. We are now switching to start high low. 8 left, 6 at the final table, 5 in the money. Looks like Adam with that putt just overtook me. He's second in chips. I'm third. Andrew Bob over here first. Short stack is Mickey still, 5,800. And then Bernard Lee, 76. Split kings. We'll take that one down. Andrew Barber here picks up a putt off Matt. Matt now down to 9,000. Bernard Lee, 7,900. Mickey Duff, 5,500. Try something different with a little limp. Didn't work. It is a good card for us, but we were going to assume that Will is, drawing pretty live with some low cards. That card's going to be hard for him to make a wheel since we have 3 3s. He doesn't know that, but we now have 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think we're going to get all the chips in, but it's just going to be a very... Check call, but now that we picked up the ace and he's got the 9, it changes things, and he folds. Unless, even if he makes 2 pair there, you would think he might continue unless he's going to put me on the ace. So, be interesting to see what he had in that spot. He could have also had, he could have had kings in the hole. So, king, king, deuce, then went 4, 5. We got Mickey Duft all in with deuces and 3s. He fills up, and he is going to chop with Max. Buried jacks here. If Bernard Lee folds, I think we'll complete. Mickey Duff down here facing an all in to call all in. Showing ace-3 queen versus open tens. Interesting. Good card for both of us. So now I'm thinking maybe he's more likely to be high. Don't think I can let it go now. I can obviously gain a street if I pick up like the 3 of diamonds. Pick up a flush draw as well. Jacks could be good. Really need him to kind of brick out here. We'll make 3 jacks, so unless he's got 6, 7 of hearts. I'm going to put him all in. He's going to have a pair of 9s. So we were ahead. And I think we have him. We're going to lose Will in 8th and win that pot. And looks like Mickey might have doubled through Andrew. I think he made a better 2 pair. We are now playing No Limit Hold'em, 3-handed. So obviously Bernard Lee's got a lot to play for. He needs to cash to make the next, to finish second on the leaderboard. So he's got a lot to play for. Adam's got nothing to play for. Max has got a lot to play for. Matt can make a run. Andrew nothing, and Adam there just, I limp the small. He shoved 33 bigs in my face. Very interesting spot now. We are chip leader. We got Andrew Barb with 41,000. Adam with 33, but you got 2 short stacks, Matt and Bernard Lee on 9k each. So we definitely don't want to move too far away from being up the top. There's a big gap between us and the rest. We do have Matt Axelrod all in right now. 9 bigs. We have Max shoving over the top. I got to think about my decision. We got Mickey here in the tank in the big blind. I feel like Adam, worst hand Adam has is like King Queen of the club. Just trying to think if my deuce is any good here. Because if he misses, I'm gonna have to call a big river bet, right? Okay. I don't know about that spot. I kind of think we maybe should have called. And we did lose Matt over here. He shoved ace jack into queens. We get down to the final table. We are on the bubble right now. I'm chip leader, followed by Andrew Barber. Adam Haman, 35,000. Max Pescatori, 24,000. What is 7 plus 6? Mickey Duft, 9,900. And Dogger, 8,400. Bernard Lee here. Big spot for Bernard Lee. He needs to min cash to move up in the leaderboard to second. He needs to win the overall points championship. We know he is definitely not shoving 4 deuce here. Mickey Duff with the ISO shove. Max also in a precarious spot, but Ace King for Mickey, Ace 10 for Bernard Lee. Bernard needs a 10. That's it. GG. Bernard Lee is out in 6. Down to 5. Everyone is in the money. Congratulations. So who's got something to play for? Let's have a quick check right now. Adam Haman. Adam drawing dead for the leaderboard. Me and Andrew drawing dead for the leaderboard. Mickey Duff. Mickey Duff has 24 points. He is chasing Max, who has 30. Let's call it 32. So Max has already moved up with that to 4th. So he is now behind Bernard Lee. So 9.9 points for 3rd would give Mickey Duff 34.3. That would move him into 4th, but depending on Max's finishing position. But 3rd would give Mickey in the money. Max is just trying to ladder up. He's already laddered up to 4th. And then who's the other one? Yeah, so Max would need to overtake Mike. He needs 11 points. So Max needs 2nd, Mickey needs 3rd. So we're going to try, now that I'm assuming Max knows. Don't show if Mickey does. So we have to try and pressure these guys. They are on our left. I think we got out kicked there. Deuce 5. Obviously, me and Andrew, nothing to win, nothing to lose here. Same with Adam. So, I'm going to look to try and bust these two. Oh, this is PLO high. Oh my god. Wasn't even paying attention. I thought it was Omaha 8. So concerned with all these points. I'm trying to work out all the mathematical equations. Only thing that would have changed would have been that hand when I completed the small blind. I probably just would have potted. That's pretty much about it. Trying to think how we can pressure Mickey here. I mean, if he's going to call and call again, knowing he needs third, you have to figure that he's going to be playing a little tighter. So the question is that Jack's good? I think we definitely lose now, which kind of sucks. Guess the best we can hope for is like ace, queen, jack 10 with some diamonds. So we're going to take that one, see what Mickey did have. So we're switching to deuce to 7 triple draw. We're playing 2,500 5K. So pretty deep. Mickey had just a wheel draw with top pair. Looking at those PLO hands that I thought were playing 08. Wouldn't have done anything different. Jack 5-5 deuce in the big blind, just check down. Next hand, Queen Jack 9-6 in a small. We would have putted. But yeah, like I said, I thought we were playing 08, so that was kind of my fault. Just paying too much attention to the points and answering some questions from people. So pot there for Max against Andrew. But here with Max and Adam, winner will move into the chip lead. 2 draws remaining. Max is Pat. Max is going to take it down. He takes the chip lead. Adam drops down to 36,000. Gonna time down a little bit here. Thinking about it. Put him to the test. Mickey calls it off there. He's talking a lot of trash in the chat. And we're going to knock Mickey Doft out in 5th. We're down to 4. Moved into the chip lead. We're playing Limit Hold'em. Good run from Mickey. He's going to fall short of the points leaderboard. He's going to move up to 29. He's going to move up to 7th. Is that right? Yeah. Alright, so now the pressure is on Max. Max needs 2nd place to move from 4th into 2nd on the leaderboard. We're all guaranteed 165 right now. Mickey got 132. And then we're going 247, 445, 660 after that. Personally, I'd be very happy with the 2nd place. It means I'm basically break even for the series. First, obviously, I'm in profit. Obviously, I'll take anything since I haven't cashed yet. So 165 I'm okay with. Same with Andrew. I think he is happy getting a cash, getting on the board, getting some confidence heading into Mixed Feelings 3.0. Adam, I think, cashed in game 1. Yeah, he finished 4th for 130. We raised deuces here. It's on Andrew right now in the small blind. Andrew did think the tournament was starting at 8 p.m. So he did miss pretty much the first hour. I had to call him and send him some messages. So we're going to take a stab at this and kind of hope Adam just mucks everything. Going to fold to all heat. We're just turning our hand into a bluff at this point. I think we have to just fold the deuce of hearts. I mean, there's some ICM stuff here, but I think this is that was like the wrong point to try and do it. much easier, I think, in maybe the stud games. Because we know Andrew probably is trying to ladder up. He's trying to see Adam bust. Adam doing the opposite, trying to see Adam bust. Sorry, trying to see Andrew bust. So there is some ICM spots, but they're just not. And these big bet games are just not really deep enough. So people are going to pretty much play their hand face up, like Andrew right now has. Before he got a walk, he had pretty much 3 big bets. So if you have it, you kind of got to play it, right? Grumpy saying Adam can move in the top 5. Let me 26.4. 31.2. Oh yeah, he can. Yep, Grumpy is right. Might 3-bet our aces here. No low draw though. Up and down, but I mean, if he's got his 2 low cards, he's not really going anywhere. Flop hearts. Definitely not folding. Chop that one up. Wait, Grumpy, are you correct? I don't know. 26.4. I think you're wrong, Grumpy. If he wins, he gets 31.6. Andrew here, firing on all cylinders right now. We got the Kings, Deuce, 8, but I think that's a fold. Sorry guys, trying to make sure these points are right because Grumpy's saying one thing. Do have an all-in. We have ace-6 for Andrew against nearly the nut low for Max. He's going to chop that up. We're still four-handed here. We're going into Raz. We got 2 minutes before break. Could steal here if these sixes both fold. I think we have cleared up the points debacle. Adam cannot move onto the leaderboard. So we might go to break after this hand. We'll hit on break 2. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We're back. We're playing Limit Raz. How was that 8 the bring-in? Unbelievable. Fold. Andrew here. We're playing Raz. He's got Jack 5 deuce, so it's 5 Queen King. He's probably going to take it down right here. But 6k, he's only got 4,600 behind. Unless Max has Ace deuce 5 and wants to be stubborn. Looks like Andrew moves up to 25k. Still in Raz here. Potential steal spot if Andrew and Adam fold. Do have 5-6 king here. Chance Max has defendable hand with an 8 as the bring-in, but he folds. Couple of pots here for us. Look at this, 3 deuce 7 in Raz with the bring-in against the deuce, the 4, and the ace. I think we're going to take one off here against Adam. Both catch pretty good, but you are going to assume he's winning. See, that is a weird check. Unless he was purely stealing. Good card for him. I'm not going to let it go. I think we're going to call one more at least. I'll squeeze this out. I know you guys can see it on screen, but I'm going to squeeze it out. Really hoping he checks. No. Pair up, king low. We'll let this one go. That's maybe a misstep from us, but this hand didn't quite make sense there. Two silly hands by us. Alright, we gotta regroup and find a little heater here. Woohoo! We win one. From first to fourth in 5 minutes. That's fun. Just not sure if he ever has it here. Or was he just pressuring me? Andrew did it, caught perfect with the queen. Could easily just do it with a pair of nines, so I don't know. This is a tumble from the top right now, spiraling out of control. Looks like we're destined for fourth place, $160. These pay jumps are kind of weird. It's like $130 from sixth to fifth, and it's a $60 pay. Sorry, $30 pay jump, and then it's a $80 pay jump, and then it's a $220, and then another $220. Like they're a little off. So, but like I said, we already tweaked these for the next one. All right, we got start high low right now, and then we got no limit. Need a run here, guys. We need to get back up near the top so we can do some damage in no limit. I think if Adam completes, I'm going to flat, try and keep Max involved. Max often has like a pair of 10s or a pair of 8s or something here. And what are we supposed to do here? Ace 6, deuce 4. Call our deuce. Guess our high was dead. So no limit hold'em is going to be 1250, 2500. So basically 10 bigs. Not sure where the button will be. Really, the button's in like a random seat, so it's like kind of odd. Maybe it moves to Andrew, or maybe it moves to Adam. So either way, we probably will be in the blinds. Trying to think if we should try and steal this. Problem is we got Max behind. Just not getting the cards we need since break. Bad time break, really, huh? I'm a little worried about Max here with bringing in with a 3, catches a 5. Andrew's got the 6-10. I'll have a low heart if Andrew continues here. He does it. I'm going to pick that one up. It's like we will switch to no limit. I am unfortunately in the big blind. This will be an easy fold. We're pretty much... It's like a bug in my room. Like a little muzzy or something. Where'd that motherfucker go? Alright, yeah, we really got nothing to lose here. Good chance to chip up. Obviously, King Queen, we're not really going anywhere. This little bug's gonna piss me off. Obviously, would love a call. Obviously, we want a double. Spot like this, we were okay with getting a couple folds too, so... Tough spot for these guys. These guys are trying to ladder up. Max obviously needs second. I think they are all probably... They probably are all better, and they probably think they're all better than me in the horse games. So I think they're less likely to take a chance in no limit when they can beat me around in start and all those. So like I'm okay shoving the 6-5 of diamonds there. You guys see this on screen? It's like... Ace 10, we're going to be all in here in some way or another. Thing is, if we shove, it's going to call 30 more to win. I think he's not folding, right? So we could flat, like stop and go. And then if he has ace queen and it comes 7 high, he might just fold, but could be better just to shove, because if he's got king 5 suited, flops a 5, he might just go with it. A couple of chip ups there. Could complete here. I think we're just going to let it go. Try and get to the button. Another minute here of no limit, so we need as many opportunities as we can. We need to kind of play fast. 3-4 is not going to be it. Somehow moved our way into second place. One more shove there would have been kind of perfect. Would have put us in a chip lead, actually. So we are all fairly shallow. Oh, we have a call. King Jack versus Ace 7 here. I'm cheering for the King of the Jack. There's the Jack. We're going to lose Andrew in fourth. Good run, Andrew. First cash of the series. Adam, 13. Big putt for Adam. Tens here, all in. Max, another brutal spot here because he needs second to move up the leaderboard. So we can pressure him a little bit. King 7 here. We'll let this one go. If Adam didn't have so many chips, we might have done it, to be honest. Ooh, what a flop bottom pair. Good ace jack high here. I'm not going to do anything to try and win this, I don't think. That might have cost us. Just trying to find a better spot here to pick some chips up. After this, we're going to be deuce to 7. 6K, 12K. So pretty much one pot for me and Max. I'm going to get this bug soon, guys. I promise you. Did we flop it? Oh, no, we had ace jack. Aces here. Let's aces with a suit. Even better. Currently guaranteed 247, all three of us. Next pay jump, $200 pay jump. Actually, $198 if you want to be exact. It's been a perfect spot to have a 4. 8 could be good. What do you reckon? 6 on the end. Me and Max is basically going to trade off second and third in chips back and forth here. I think we should do with this hand, guys. Should we 4,000 more, put us at 38. Maybe try and get a bit of luck. That might be the worst flop we could have got. I guess, I mean, maybe we win with a 9. That was pretty disastrous. I think we're going to switch to deuce now, so I mean, this is going to be pretty much good enough to go with here. A little worrisome when Max comes in with the 4-bet. We just got to hit our hand and hope to hold. Catch a deuce. Didn't make a hand, so we are going to just go with it. We are going to be all in next street. 8-7. 8-7-5, 8-7-4-3 deuce. It's going to be a big double for us. So we're going to move into the chip lead. We got Max now down to 10,000 total. It's a big pot for us. If we can get him out here, we're going to be heads up. Now we got some ICM stuff. We need Max out in third. He needs second to climb the leaderboard to ladder up. So really wish we kept that king, that 10. Deuce. Got a pair of 8s. He's going to double up unless he makes a worse pair. Doesn't. Max is still alive. It kind of sucks for us. Back up to 17. Adam on 57. 6-8 here. I'm just going to actually let this go. Eight, 6 smooth. Max has got a little bit of wiggle room here if he doesn't catch anything. Obviously, Adam's in a really awkward spot. He's trying to see Max bust so he can ladder up the $200 payout. So I don't think he's going to go too crazy. It's really on me to kind of push the action here. Obviously, we need Max to just draw a little shitty. Like, we can't really do anything in this spot. Queens, like, what are we supposed to do? Nothing. Queens and 9s, and with an ace, not even a deuce. Really need Adam here to knock out Max. Nope, not going to happen. Max slowly chipping back up. At 7,000 at one point. We're going to call whatever he does on the river. Got him. Going to be heads up. Not sure why I really limped this. I should just raise or fold. I think if Adam did have a hand, he would probably just bet out. So it's a pretty easy value bet. Obviously, check raise, we would vomit and go from there. Playing limit hold'em. We got ace jack. I'm trying to get this all in right now. Adam with 7-3. He's live. That's the victory. Got it, guys. Took to the last game. Game 9. We got the win. We did it. Doesn't affect the leaderboard since I was cashless, but it looks like Grumpy will win overall. Thanks to everyone for watching. Thanks to everyone that's playing. We're running it back next Sunday, Mixed Feelings 3.0, so get in. Come play. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Peace.